think I'm live. Let's find out. Looks like it. Okay, everything is looking pretty good. I don't see any problems yet. Oh, crap. Forgot something. Hey guys. I don't know why my chat isn't working in OBS. It's working on stream, but it's not working on my normal chat overlay. And I have no idea why. It is working on Twitch, which is good. Why? OBS, please. I guess I'll just have to, I don't know, not use OBS? Chat? Oh, now it's working. Weird. Oh, crap. Let me... I'm a little early, guys. That's because I'm not 100% prepared yet. Don't worry. So I'll add a command or two. That's like the professional thing to do, right? Oh, come on, man. Okay. Probably update my title with a new command as well. Built. Sorry, guys. But this is why I'm early. Let's see if that works. Okay, cool. Good enough. Alright, let me try to catch up with some of this. Sorry, guys. TA90 fits the Kepler so well. Yeah, I really like the color combo. It looks and feels amazing. Is that spacebar flipped? Yes, it is, my good friend. I'm the flip spacebar life, you know? That's just kind of how I do things. Oh, that's gonna be loud. Let's turn that down a bit. Beer selection tonight? No alcohol tonight. I haven't really been drinking lately. Taking a bit of a break. Do explain these hybrid switches. So if I do build the Leaf60 tonight, assuming that the TX1800 goes smoothly and relatively quickly, I'll be doing my Leaf60, and that will be using some MX Swires, which is kind of just like his kind of hybrid switch. This version has it's basically a lubed vintage black, but instead of the normal bottom, it uses a Zeal bottom, so it's quite a bit smoother. Doesn't sound quite as nice, but you definitely get a really, really, really smooth switch out of it. So that's what's going to be going in the Leaf60 probably. Assuming we get around to it. I have a Band-Aid because the TX1800 is going to be Band-Aid modded with the stabilizers. Forgot which meetup you went to, but surprisingly there weren't a lot of spacebar flippers. It's not surprising. I mean, most people prefer it the normal way. For the way I type, this conforms to my thumb, so I like that a lot more. It's way more comfortable. It feels way more natural. When I flip it, my thumb gets basically caught on the sharper edge. And it's not like it hurts or anything, but it's less comfortable for me. So, I mean, depending on how you type, could or could not be for you. You've recently started flipping spacebars. Do you like it, Rope? Yeah. Once I started flipping it, I never really went back. It just feels awkward to use normal ones now. Drink beer for the both of us. Yes, please do that. I'll have some whiskey maybe next week or something. If you get a chance, try the same combo with a Kale Pro Burgundy stem. Oh man. I'm not against hybrid switches, but I don't really care for most hybrid switches, just in the sense that it takes a lot of time and money to kind of culminate them. It's like, with that switch, you'd have to have 3 different switches. You have to have a Zelio, some form of Zeal switch to get the bottom. You have to have a vintage black, or some kind of cherry switch to get the top. You'd have to do whatever spring you want, and then the Kale Burgundy. So you need 3 switches to make that combo, which to me is a little extreme. But hey, I have no problem if people want to do that and people like it. This hobby is all about customization, right? So if you're liking the things that you're doing, that's all that really matters. It doesn't really matter what I or anyone else thinks. Let me know if the music's too loud, guys. I gotta have music when I build, though, otherwise I just get too caught up. Are you enjoying Kepler more or less than Sirius? Oh man, what a question. I think I'm enjoying them the same, for different reasons. They definitely feel a bit different, they definitely sound a bit different, but I think both of them are very, very awesome boards in their own right. And they really are 2 of the best boards I've ever used in my life. I'm really excited. Next week, if I do the Leaf60 tonight, next week I'll probably do a rebuild of the Kepler, because I have another PCB and a new plate. This one in here is carbon fiber, but the other one I have is like a sandblasted copper or something. It looks amazing. So I wanna get some Lube Zelios for those, and that's going to be really, really cool to try the Lube Zelios copper plate in the Kepler with the true isolation mount. I also have a carbon fiber plate for my Sirius and another PCB. So Project Keyboard really hooked me up on like all these extras, just so I could try out a bunch of different combinations of stuff. So that's going to be fun. I'll probably do a Kepler and a Sirius kind of rebuild stream in the very, very, very near future. Hey, Salt Rockland. What's up, man? How you doing? Don't talk about Sirius. I'm pretending it doesn't exist. It might be my favorite board in existence right now. You have to pass on it? Yeah. You can't always get everything, unfortunately. It's a bummer. Corbin Dallas subs Twitch Prime with 21 months. Wow, you're an OG. Thank you very much, man. Good evening to you as well. had it in your cart for a few days. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but sometimes you just can't afford everything. I know that feeling. Oh, the bot finally pinged? Alright, I'll wait a couple more minutes then, now that the bot actually pinged. Bot took about almost 11 minutes this time. It's 5 a.m. What you doing? Over here where I am, it's 7 p.m. So you're ahead of me there. You're in the future. Or I'm in the past. I don't know. One of the two, right? Mr. Keebs, hello. Thank you for joining us today. Pilot XJ, subbing tier 1 for 4 months. Thank you very much for that. You are awesome. You're right on time. Yeah, I mean, we don't really officially start for a couple minutes after the posted time anyways, because it's kind of just chill time to let people funnel in here a bit. Loving the shirt? Oh yeah. I told people yesterday in chat that I'd wear the Dolt shirt that I got from Mountain Blocks. Because it came in yesterday, but I wasn't able to grab my mail in time for the show yesterday, so I told him I'd wear it today. So shout out to Mountain Blocks if he's here. This Dolt shirt is honestly awesome. It's really, really comfortable. It's like the perfect material. It's really thin, but really strong and breathable. I like that because as a large man, I sweat a lot, and I am very warm most of the time. Sent it along. I'm going to cover up my dress here a little bit. But sent it along with a nice little sticker, and this is kind of adorable. So on the note, I just said, thanks for being awesome. I don't know why I have this the wrong way. So I said, thanks for being awesome, and he says, no you, and he asks, new Top Clack apparel win, which is, the answer to that is soon. Once we finish our design refresh, we're going to be putting out some shirts, some stickers, and probably a few other things as well, for anyone that may or may not be interested. What's your 1-1-1 opinion on the MCG? I think it's pretty good. I feel like it's relatively comparable to Tribusys 3203. Comparable enough in the amounts that I use it. Phantom Taco, subbing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, sir. You might perhaps work in the same warehouse it was produced in? Really? Oh man, that's pretty cool. It's a great shirt, honestly. I'm pretty happy about it for the price. It's really comfy. Oof, that PCB clean. Yeah, so this was actually kind of a rebuild. I had to desolder this PCB. I did that literally like an hour and a half ago. I did that, and so I have the brass plate here. I'm going to clean this plate up a little bit. But I got the brass plate here, got the PCB there. And if I can reach far enough, I'll have the actual board. It's sort of in pieces right now, in preparation for the build. Ooh, the base is pretty heavy. So this is the white version of the TX1800, which is cool. I like the white a lot here. It's actually like a true white. Rip my wallet when Top Clack merch comes. Hopefully it'll be really affordable. Like, I don't really care about making money on it, honestly. So like, hopefully we can keep prices pretty low. And nothing is certain yet, but we want to kind of do all of our stuff through novel keys, so that way people can add it onto their order really easily. Because, you know, people order stuff like switches and stabilizers and other random stuff from novel keys all the time. So, you know, maybe you can throw on a shirt for like $10 or $15, or throw on a sticker for like $2 or $3 or whatever. So hopefully it'll be quite affordable. case is this? This is the TX1800. I'm not sure if it's V1 or V2, honestly. I think it's V1, but I'm not 100% sure. Affordable is one thing where you don't buy a ton of it. I mean, how many shirts and stickers would you need, man? 159 gives 10 tier 1 subs. You are a god, man. Thank you so much. You are freaking amazing. Pog, that's right. Definitely Pog. Mad lad. Jay said he's working on doing pins. Yeah, we're gonna have pins. We're gonna have pins, stickers, and shirts. Maybe more. We'll see. I think the plan is also to do desk mats, which I think would be pretty cool. A lot of it's kind of just running on... we're just waiting on our designer for a lot of things right now. So once that kind of goes through, we can start doing a lot more stuff. We're just finalizing our logo now. We think we got it tweaked just the way we want it. So once we do that, we'll have a bunch of other stuff that should be pretty smooth sailing from there. Dust mat's a good idea. Yeah. Josh is such a cool cat. Nothing but galaxy brain plays from that fool. What's up, Pluto? How you doing, man? I guess I can kind of get started here. So I'm going to start with the PCB as usual. I have some stabs that I have already lubed and prepared here to make this build go a little bit faster. I have switches that I have already lubed, prepared here. So that should be pretty darn quick. The idea is to get through this very smoothly and very quickly so I can move over to the Leaf60 as well. That's kind of the hope here. If I can squeeze 2 builds in here without going over like 4 hours or so, I think I'm going to be in business. The person that this is for has requested that I band-aid mod the stabilizers, so I am going to do that. Band-aid mod rip. I don't really like it either, but you know, some people want that extra quiet stabilizer bottom out, you know? I don't hate. Hey, Gavin. Top Clack desk mats? That's the hope, man. That is the freaking hope. Top Clack rebrand win. It's coming, man. We're just waiting on the designer real quick. It's coming, though. I promise. Things will be moving. How many stabs do I have? 5? Did you fall when you fell from heaven? Or did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Yeah, it hurt a lot. I mean, falling usually hurts, right? I mean, clearly I'm an angel, as you all know. Blame the beer? Sometimes you gotta blame the beer, man. I understand that. A lot of people think I'm crazy because I like to leave the tape, or not the tape, but the paper on, so that way these don't actually stick to the PCB. I don't like when they stick to the PCB. Because the pressure from the stabilizer down onto the PCB keeps them in place anyways. And also, pro tip, it's a lot easier to remove the Band-Aid mod, even if the build is already completed, if they have the paper on the other side. Because all you have to do is unscrew the stabilizers while it's completely built. Unscrew the stabilizers, and then you take a pair of tweezers, and then you just pull these out, and then you screw the stabilizer back in. Really easy to do, guys. But if you take off the tape, it's a little bit harder. If you take off the paper on it, and it actually sticks. A little too hard to do that. I don't like that. What you drinking? Nothing. Still nothing. It's gross when they stick to the PCB? Yeah, that too. Any news on the Kira Stealth Group buy? I'm kind of out of the loop. I think it's still going on, right? Or it's like a pre-order or something? I don't know. Any news that's not on the site, I'm not going to know it. 159 gifts a sub to Gavin. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I haven't tested these stabilizers out yet, so I'll have to test them. It was supposed to end yesterday, but it's still live. That happens a lot. On KBD fans, the 8X Mark II was supposed to close like a month ago, and it was still open like a week ago. Leaf60 possibly? Yeah. I have it right next to me. If all goes well here, it should be quite possible. Trying to remember what spacebar configuration was used here. I know it was the 6U. I don't use 6U very often, so this feels kind of foreign to me. I think that's right. What is a hybrid switch? A hybrid switch is a switch that involves more parts than it normally would. This is clearly not the right tip for this.
Why do I and everyone love pick people and treat us like we're nothing?
159. Too generous today, man. Okay. Looks like that's where the 6.25U goes. Silo build win? Oh man. Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, what did you wrong? I just want you to be happy.
Getting your DSS set tomorrow, Mountain Blocks? Oh my god. You have to let us know how that is, because I don't have enough money to buy it right now. But I definitely want to get it, and I will be soon, hopefully. I know Jay picked up a set, but obviously being international, it'll take a little bit for his to arrive. But yeah, I'm really curious to know what people think that either have it already or will be getting it very soon. Alright, so we have left shift space, normal backspace, and normal enter. And then we're going to do one stabilizer over here for the numpad enter, or whatever that is. I never use this size, so I always forget like what keys are over here. Cozy Fanatuti is gifting the gift sub. Is continuing the gift sub they got from Novel Keys. Oh, thank you so much, man. So the band-aids are only going on certain keys. They're going on all of these stabilized keys. This makes the bottom out a little bit softer and a little bit quieter on these stabilizers. So instead of getting a little bit more of a clack from your stabilizers, you get a little bit more of a thud. It's just personal preference, you know. I also did test this PCB ahead of time, because I've been learning my lesson on that lately, and it was working. Tested all the keys and they all registered. I feel like something's still going to go wrong, though, because that would just be my luck. Test everything and still have it go wrong. The true top clack way. Thank you for the gift subs, man. Appreciate that. You guys are awesome. U backspace. No, this is 6.25U. That is what this user wants. Prefer 6U backspace yourself? Don't see that too often. 6U backspace, huh? what you should do is just make do a 7U space or a 10U space, but just map it to backspace. That's the real high level plays here. Normal backspace is relative. Why don't you just map all of your keys to backspace? I think that's really what you should be doing here. Alright, so we're going to test a couple of these stabilizers. And by a couple, I mean quite literally all of them. Make sure that these feel and sound are the way we want them. Let's find the key sets. First one I saw, Solarized Dark. That is in fact a key set. There's a shift. Okay, that one's pretty darn good. There's an enter. There's another enter. 6U. What does a 6U spacebar even look like? Is this 6U? Nope. Oh, that's 6U. I need 6.25. Shows you how often I use stuff that isn't 7U. Hey, nice. Backspace. One of Gaishimas. Alright, sounds pretty good. The left side of the enter stabilizer needs a quick touch-up. That's not really going to be a problem, though. Mapping all the keys to backspace prevents drunk 2 a.m. emails. That's right. Yes, it does. That's how I say 6U instead of 6.25U. I'm telling you, that's how often I use this kind of stuff. Alright, let's do a quick touch up on this enter stab. Babyfeet's subscribed to Twitch Prime for 19 months. Says hi, Brian. Hello to you as well. Thanks for showing up and hanging out with us. Does anyone know what switches these are? These are Gateron inks. Yeah, you should be able to. I changed the title, but a lot of you people that were here earlier might not have seen it. You can do the build command now in chat, and that'll bring up what's going on. What lube that I use for these? So these are done with Crystal Lube MCG111. So kind of a middle ground. It's not a thick grease like MCG129 or 205 grade 0. It's a little bit more mellow, kind of a hybrid in between the oil in terms of feel. I think it's pretty nice. It's less complete buttery and more glidey. Is it using Swires? Swires would be for the Leaf, yeah. Hopefully that tune-up was good enough. You like butter? I like butter too. Just not quite as much on my switches. I think that switches should feel the best they can feel without changing how they feel naturally. That's kind of my lube theory. Using too much lube or using things like 205 grade 0, MCG 129, they definitely result in an easily smooth product, and it's pretty user-friendly, but the problem I have with it is that at that point it almost doesn't even matter what the switch is, because they all feel the same at that point. Just because you just mainly feel the lube, you don't really feel the switch anymore. Much better. Three grade 0 is your jam? Such as Tribusis? Are you contracting out your Switch lubing? For my own Switches, my personal Switches, yes. These I did lube myself because I said I would. This is actually for a paying customer, so... You know, your boy has to go the extra mile. But yeah, a lot of my personal Switch lubing has been outsourced as of the last couple months. Osiris, welcome, man. Subscribes at tier 1. Thank you so much. Glad to have you around here. Raging Asian, hello, Brain. Hello to you as well. You silly, silly boy. Alright. Microfiber cloth this plate up a little bit. I'm not going to be able to get this perfectly clean because that's just how brass works over time. I feel like people judge me for outsourcing lube. It's like I've been lubing in this community for so many years, and I'm very comfortable in it, and I'm very confident in it, but I just don't have the time, man. Like, I just don't always have the time anymore. Brass plate, yum. Brass plates are alright. It's probably the most overrated plate material, though. It's good, but it's probably the most overrated plate material. You drown your Helios in them? Hey man, I mean, whatever you like. I don't know. I feel like the Switch has no personality when it has that much lube. Anyone can drown a Switch in 205 and call it smooth, because it probably will be, but it doesn't really make the Switch any better or more interesting. It's just a Switch drowned in lube at that point. I know I sound kind of critical, but that's just because I've spent so much time lubing and experimenting. Yeah, I find lube very much personal preference, and while I'm sure there are folks who are more consistent than I am, I would still rather lube my own. Yeah, I would rather lube my own, but like, when you constantly just have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of switches to try out and test, and like, I'm trying to do other things, lubing just takes up so much time, and I don't have time for it. I wish I always did, but I don't. Unobtainium plates win. So I actually do have one lube switch that I'm going to use for the spacebar that does use MCG129, so it's a little bit thicker. I think this is going to give the spacebar just a little bit more of a dampened noise, a little bit more of a thud. So, a little bit different on the spacebar. We'll see how that goes. If we don't like it, we can swap it. No big deal. So the previous user, or builder, already had LEDs positioned here for the LED notifications. Indicators, whatever you want to call them. So I'm not going to desolder those. I'm just going to leave those there because I tested them, they work. I don't really see a reason to not have them. Putting some placeholder switches in here so we can get the rest of them in a little bit easier. The first couple switches, always the most difficult. FOMO is setting in for you on the Sirius. It should be, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a contender for Board of the Year. AIO3's Polaris also probably going to be pretty high on that list. I'm excited to check that out. Full palm and I'll put creams in it like Big Brain Brian did. That combo is so freaking good, man. It sounds incredible. Feels great too. I'm glad that the Sirius has the palm plate by default. Like, you don't have to add it as extra. That makes me really happy. Thoughts on the U80A? I actually haven't seen it yet. Well, I've seen it, but I haven't seen the new listing because I know it went up like almost 3 hours ago. There was a teaser. I was taking a nap though, so I didn't actually get to watch it. Rama has ridiculous marketing though, man. He does such a good job. I'm sure we'll be covering it on the next episode of Top Clack during the news section, since it came out today. You guys have the weight in your series? Yeah, I have the weight in mine. It winds up, with the weight, it's like a little over 2.5 pounds, a little over a kilogram, which isn't like crazy heavy, but it's respectable. It doesn't, slide around on my desk or anything. It's in my cart. Don't see anything about a palm weight. There's no palm weight. So there's an insert for a brass weight, but if you don't order the brass weight, it's just there. Like, it's just the insert. Where you go, Switch? Oh, I have another. Talisman Solutions donates 1,111 bits. Thank you so much, man. You are awesome. Do it, Pilot. Just get the serious, man. I don't think you're gonna regret it, honestly. I don't know if I lubed enough switches, actually. I might need to lube like one or two more. I don't know how much... I don't know how many switches this layout actually uses. Sirius looks like a really good value. It is, man. People will regret not getting it. I can pretty much guarantee that. They're gonna try it at a meetup or like on their friend's build or something. They're gonna be like, wow, I should have ordered this. Plastic over alu. We've come full circle. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. Particularly in plates, plastic is just like more interesting. Recently bought a DZ60 RGB. Received it this week. Pretty excited about it. Nice. Those RGB lighting effects. Can anyone explain to me why polycarb is getting so popular? I'm not read up on it. People that tend to like flexier typing experiences, where the the bottom out's a little bit softer, so it kind of bends down just slightly when you type. So it's just a personal preference. Some people like that flexier typing experience. Some people like it a little bit firmer. But because of that, and polycarbonate also has a pretty unique sound signature in terms of plate material.
Can you hear them?
Sorry about the hum in the back. My air conditioner's on. Yeah, anyone coming to the Seattle meetup will be able to try my Sirius and my Kepler, which is pretty cool. Look at this guy with his air conditioner. I've had this portable air conditioner for like 10 years. I bought it for like $300 brand new in like 2009. It's still going strong. I'm too fat to not have air conditioning during the summer and leading into the summer. Even at like 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside, I'm just like, ugh, I feel terrible. There's so many switches on this layout. Okay, he wants normal caps lock. Last I checked. He wants the same layout that was already on this, which did include a normal caps lock and 6.25 bottom row. I'll change the music up a bit. Something a little bit more upbeat. Let me know if it's too loud or anything. There's gonna be a bunch of Keplers in Seattle. That's actually true. Crazy month for setting acquisition priorities. So many products, so few dollars. It's only gonna get worse, man. It's only gonna get harder. As we have more designers coming out with more and more cool things. It's just like, what do you do, man? I only have so much money. Everyone's gonna have to be a lot more picky and choosy. I mean, I remember when I entered the community, like, group buys were like a rare thing. Like, everyone joined the same group buy because there was like, you know, only one like a month or every 2 months or something. Didn't even matter what it was. GMK key set or a Korean custom. Back when everyone just used either a Model M or some variation of Topra, or if you used MX, you just pretty much used a Philco TKL, and that was it. Unless you're one of those prestigious people that owned like an OTD board. There's 900 billion GMK. I don't know if that's a proper number. GFK ICs a month, yeah. Yeah, I remember the first week after Pingu released that keycaprender.com site, which is a good site, by the way, don't get me wrong. But people were just going crazy on it. Like, the following week on Top Clack, we covered, like, I think it was like 14 or 15 GMK interest checks. It's like, holy crap, people are really putting that to work. Yeah, I mean, it sucks missing out on some things, but in theory, there'll always be more cool things coming, right? go for a tank. Those tank Koyus are freaking incredible, man. They look so insane. If anyone saw the update that Rama made on his website and or Instagram, they are looking fly. Please be enough switches. I'm gonna look really dumb if I have to loop like one switch or two switches. Thoughts on the U80? I don't really have a lot of thoughts on it yet. I still need to look at the thread and see all the information about it. I haven't looked at it since the actual group buy thread opened up and went live. So I'll get back to you on that this week. Not this week, sorry. The coming week in Top Clack, 6 days from now. On our official Thursday episode. We'll talk about it. I imagine it's going to be pretty awesome, though. I generally like the things that Rama does. Nearly bought it 4 times. The Mizu's great, man. You gotta join Mizu. And if you join Mizu, or you pick up that new 40s kit they launched for it, make sure to use our affiliate link, dixiemech.com/topclack. That shameless plug. It's not even really shameless because I have the sponsor GIF on stream though, right? It's just a normal plug at that point. Don't you guys judge me. Looks like I'm one switch short, which means I have to find the one that I dropped. Okay, that's not too bad. I don't have to lube anything extra. The real question is, where did it go? Sometimes those things can roll for hours, it feels like. Alright, found it. It's just really far under my desk. I actually have to crawl under and get it. Feels bad, man. We found it, boys. We got all of our switches in. Hey Chewy, how you doing, man? Shout out to Mechs on Deck. Make sure to check them out on Twitch and YouTube. Like the shirt? Yeah, man. Dull shirt. Rocking it. Shout out to Mountain Blocks. Jayun, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? You building the TX1800 out here. Brass plate, lube Gateron inks, the works. Alright, let's make sure, two things here. Let's make sure all of our pins for our switches are through. I'm just going to scan around for that, make sure that that is all good. Because you never know, sometimes you bend them when you put them in accidentally. Alright, looks like we're all through. Next step, I'm going to eye down the columns here, the rows too, to make sure everything is in all the way, nothing is too far out. Okay, looks pretty good now. Measure twice, solder once, right? Alright, nice. Things are going relatively well. Just over an hour in, I'm already to soldering. That's not too bad. Maybe we can fit the Leaf60 in this build stream, ladies and gentlemen. Why the oof? I don't know. I oof for good things and bad things, and I kind of just do it subconsciously now. And I really need to try to break that habit. Maybe I missed the convo, but some people have stopped Band-Aid mods, but I see the Band-Aids. Are you still doing it for personal builds? I don't use Band-Aids personally. I don't care for the quieter thud. I like the more aggressive, assertive Clack personally. But this is not a build for me. This is a build for someone else, a paying customer. So they requested the Band-Aid mod, so I have tons of Band-Aids, so I'll do it. It's personal preference, IMO. So what's the Top Clack affiliate link again? For Dixie Mech, it is Top Clack. Well, there's actually two of them, but I usually just say dixiemech.com/topclack, and then there's also zealpc.net/topclack if you're shopping at Zeal. Yeah, it's basically just the site /topclacks. Topclack. Easy. Dixie Mech had affiliate link. Yeah, I have an affiliate link for Dixie Mech now. He should be part of that sponsor GIF on the top left. Unless OBS is screwing with me again. Time to reorder. Yeah, you don't have to go that far, but maybe just consider it for your next order. Alright, let's do a little bit of soldering, shall we? Oh, whoops. I had it at 400C because... I don't remember. There was a reason I had it at 400C. But let's go down to 350C for this normal soldering here. DixieMech.store/TopClack. Oh yeah, sorry. Did I say .com? God, I always get that mixed up. I think you could also use like TopClack.DixieMech.store or something like that. There's a couple ways to get there, but DixieMech.store/TopClack is just usually easier for me to say. Alright. Hopefully we can solder this up pretty darn quickly. I'm going to do this whole number pad nav cluster first, just because that satisfies my my OCD a bit, even though I'm not really OCD. Actually, I'm gonna do a couple anchor switchers just so the PCB and/or plate don't warp too much. That should be good. Oh, it is .com. Okay, yeah, DixieMech.com/TopClack or TopClack.DixieMech.com. Yeah, either should take you to the same page. Sorry about the confusion, guys. That scalp, flawless. Sorry. Yeah, I try not to put my head in the camera if that's what you meant, but sometimes it just happens. How much does the Key Cult number 2 weigh? I don't know. A fair amount. I think it's... I think the aluminum version is like somewhere around 5.5 pounds. So I imagine the one with the stainless bottom is probably a little bit more than that. This is the TS100, yes. Works pretty well. I'm not in love with it, but I like it. Hope you guys are doing freaking awesome tonight, Friday night, and or I guess Saturday morning, depending on where you are. You guys have any awesome keyboard plans? I know KeyCon, I think, is this weekend, right? KeyCon? I'm a little bummed I couldn't go to that, but needed money for the Seattle meetup. I'm hoping to make it out to KeyCon next year, though. So about half a Kepler. Now the Kepler weighs... Well, the stainless steel #2 probably weighs half as much as the Kepler. I think the Kepler is like... My normal scale couldn't even weigh it. It's like 13 something. 13 pounds. Or 14 pounds. Is that iron you have good for constant use? I mean, I've been using it, you know, pretty regularly for a year or more now, and it's been going pretty well. As long as you take care of it, it's pretty good. Do I have an iron that I'd prefer? I actually really liked my old Aoyu soldering station with the fume extractor. It was the 701A++, I think. A really silly model number, but I liked the iron. I like this too. Don't get me wrong. I seem to be a little slower with this than a lot of other irons that I've used. I don't really know why. But I like the size of it. It's small, it's manageable. It's got the digital readout, which is nice. It's not terribly expensive. Seattle's gonna be hype. Yeah, there's a lot of people flying in for the Seattle summer meetup. It's gonna be really cool. Am I based in Seattle? Yes, but no. I mean, I'm around the area, but I'm not actually in Seattle. But I will most certainly be at the Seattle meetup. This music sounds like an action soundtrack, sort of. Yeah. I've never actually listened to like a lot of these songs on this playlist, but I like this particular kind of music. How big is KeyCon? 500-ish people? Are you serious? 430 people RSVP'd before they close the forum? Well, that's crazy. I don't know. I don't know if Seattle's going to be quite that big. The Seattle summer meetups are usually anywhere from like 200 to 400. I don't know how big this one is though. I'll have to ask and get like a head count for RSVP. East Coast, weak coast, anyways. West Coast, big brain. I guess as a West Coast representative, I have to say yes to that, right? 500 plus people at a meetup is crazy, though. That is nuts. Mr. Petrov isn't going to be at Seattle? That's a bummer. I think he's in Portland as well. It's not too far away for him. Merlin's saying it's looking like 300 so far. Yeah, I mean, we're still, you know, almost 2 months out, so don't really know. Portland has meetups every month, yeah, I think so. But they're like small meetups. Sorry if my head's in the way, guys. I never really know. So I try to lean back a bit. Only 2 towns I've been to in Washington are Bremerton and Vancouver, and I'm super close to Oregon. I'm in Bremerton, my good man. Finally managed to fix an Ethernet cable so I can catch the stream. We are glad to have you, my friend. Paizo Electro. Glad you got your internet settled. Having internet issues is like the bane of my existence. No fume extractor? No. I kind of just, what I do is I inhale, then I solder, and then I blow the fumes away. I have my air conditioning going right now, which is kind of, it cycles air as well outside, so it's, you know, I should be using a fume extractor, but, you know, I'm stupid. I am the fume extractor. That's right. The fumes do give me strength. Repping the West Puget Sound, you know it. There's like no other keyboard enthusiasts out where I am. I think there's like 2 actually. Most of them are on the other side of the water by Seattle. Exilva subs with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for that sub, my friend. That is awesome. Okay, what was I doing? What was I doing? Where was I? This row. This is a ball and track. What is this? Coming home. Nice. Bremerton is nice. My mom grew up in Port Orchard. Oh wow, that's quite close. Bremerton's pretty nice. It depends on where you are in Bremerton, I feel like, but I'm okay with it. Portland to Bremerton drive sucks. Yeah, I've done it like twice actually. I've made it in like under 3 hours, I think, about 3 hours or so. This music's pretty hype, yeah. I think I've sent you this playlist, Ray. This is the one that like it updates every now and then, so you get new songs like all the time. This track is called Control, featuring Jex by Unknown Brain and Rival. I can link you the playlist. Hold on. I'll put the playlist in chat here if anyone wants it. It's just a nice little royalty-free list. This one is Unknown Brain and Rival, Control, featuring Jex. I wish I had fiber internet out here. Bremerton is not quite as cool as Seattle, I guess. Feels like I've been soldering this board forever. Alright, I think we're done here, boys. I'll leave my iron on just in case I have to fix something, but we'll see what happens. I'd like to say my luck's pretty good, but ever since I started saying that more often, I run into more issues on stream, so... Anybody got any recommendations on a good replacement office/desk chair that isn't an Aeron? I am so removed from that community that I have no idea about chairs. Cows in Art class asking, only soldering I've done is guitar repair work. Was the first time soldering too. I'm learning so much from the stream. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, of course. I'm not exactly a professional solderer, but I've built a lot of keyboards, so that helps a little bit. Okay, let's do a little bit of testing, shall we? Already got my switch hitter program up here to test some keys. I don't know if the underglow is supposed to be on right now, but let's just test these keys and worry about that later. I don't know why, but the person that had this before has F11 mapped to backspace. Strange. This track is fire. Oh, that's print screen. Alright, so everything is working. Everything is looking good. Aside from having, you know, F11 mapped to backspace. I don't know who does that. Like, this is still backspace too, but... I don't know. So everything working is good. That's a really good start. And since we used PCB mount switches, none of the switches should be crooked. They should all be in the proper orientation. Which means I should be able to just plop this down into the top here and put this board together. I do have all the mounting hardware right here prepared for me. I'm going to turn my soldering iron off too, since I don't seem to need that. I remember when you said you were done doing build services. Yeah, this was kind of a special case towards the end, but by and large I am done doing build services for other people, at least at the moment. But I do consider it depending on the build. Like, if someone asked me to build a Keycolt number 2, or a Keycolt number 1, or a TGR board or something, I'd probably do it for free. Just because I have never really spent much time with any of those boards, and it benefits me to try them out and be able to type on them for a couple days after building. So, if anyone out there wants a TGR or a Keycolt built by me, I'll do it for free. First time I did, I tinned the iron with the flux and then rubbed that on the wires. Oh wow, feels bad, man. That's great. Yeah, hey, we all make mistakes. Took me like, my very first custom was a 60%, using some various parts. I think I used like, the Poker 3 had just come out, so I used like the case from a Poker 3 that I had laying around, and Leandrin of Mechanics had just ran his like first plate group buy ever, and I picked up an extra plate from him. Then I had the GH60, which was like the GH60 Satan had just come out too, and Zelios Round 1 V1 had just launched, and I built a little 60% out of that. And man, it probably took me at least 2 hours just to do the soldering because I was just so scared of moving fast. Have you seen any build vlogs with middle piece EOTW plonks, which stands for easy on the wallet, for anyone that was unaware? I have not. I have not seen any of that. Anyone know how well LEDs shine through Yacht Panda cases? The Yacht Panda housings? I would say not very well. I mean, the Yachts are it's an opaque housing. It's matte. There's no LED protrusion really. So I would say poorly. Okay. So we have the base here, which is pretty hefty, has the stainless steel weight on the bottom. I'm pretty sure is what this is. You don't see enough steel weights, man. Brass is like all the hype, but no love for my boy steel. Pluto, Brian, I can't make up my mind. Please help. What are you having trouble with, my son? Hey, look at that. I have no idea where to get the clear pandas. I have more than I need. So if you want some clear pandas, PM me on Discord and I'll send you some. I have like 200 of them and I only need like 140. Or like 130. I'll keep 65 for myself and I'll send 65 to Jay. But I don't need any more than that, so I'll just have like roughly 70 left to just do whatever with. Like, I'm up to my eyes in pandas right now because everyone wants to keep sending me all the new pandas and holy panda samples, and like, I don't even think the Switch is that interesting anymore, so I'm just like left in this freaking like loop. Okay, I'm assuming this kind of just sits on top of here. There's no ledges for this to kind of like catch on, so I just kind of have to line it up myself. I should be doing this upside down, actually, now that I think about it. That's probably easier. Trying to make sure this acrylic piece lines up properly, guys. Sorry for the tediousness of this. What is your go-to Switch currently? I don't have one. Variety is my end game. You sound like a father disappointed in your son. Nah, man, you guys are all awesome. Alright, Pluto. Do I, 1, just lube up my Halo clears, or 2, toss them in retooled blue bottoms with MOD top for non-binding? Halo clears, lubed Halo clears, or toss them in the retooled blue bottoms with mod tops for non-binding. I don't know. I'd probably just use them as clears, honestly. I think that's probably the minority choice, but I think that the normal Halo clears are actually pretty underrated. They're pretty overshadowed by Holy Pandas, but like they're actually a pretty good Switch on their own. Is it true burgundy stems make a good linear panda? I guess so. I mean, any stem from that kind of family generation of kale, because they tend to go for travel distance that is less than Cherry MX. Cherry MX is usually 4mm, while a lot of the kale options are anywhere from like 3.2 to 3.8. The burgundy stems, I believe, are 3.6 travel distance, so they're a little bit longer. That's why you get that signature pop on the bottom out, because you're actually using a stem that's, you know, by logic, too long for the housing. Take that as sexually as you want. I'll forever be Mr. Panda guy. I didn't ask for this. Bring back Ergo clears? Maybe. Ergo clears are alright. They're just a little outdated. That Dixie logo on stream is triggering you? What's wrong with it? Should remove some of the cropping from the left of the chat on the stream. It's getting cut off a bit. Is it? Oh wow, I never noticed. Sorry about that, guys. I blame Jay for that, because I think he was the last person to mess with chat. Hashtag blame Jay. But I like the V2 Zelios just fine, and Lube T1s are a nice tactile switch to me too. But I guess if you don't already have some of these, then you're out of luck. Yeah. I mean, Zelios, I think Zelios are probably the best tactile on the market right now. Sorry, I just hit the mic. That was probably loud. Brian invented the original Holy Panda through experimentation, I believe. Yeah. So long story short, I was one of the first people in the community to get to try the Halo switches because A, I am partnered with Input Club, Kono.store, and B, they were with Hata, a member of Input Club, at the Seattle meetup of 2017, so almost 2 years ago now, and he had enough there to give me and my co-host at the time, Man of Interests, each a bag of like 70 or more Halo Clears and Halo Trues. So we each got one of the two. I got the Halo Clears, he got the Halo Trues. Or no, it was actually the other way around. I got the Trues, he got the Clears, but at the time they were prototypes, they both used clear stems. So we didn't have the salmon stem during the prototyping round, and you know, I was actually in the process, in the middle of making Zondas, which was the popular hybrid at the time. That was the V1 Zelio stem in the Panda housings. That was really good because it was basically just like a more intense Zelio at the time, and people were kind of raving about that. But you know, I was making those, and on my desk I also just had Halo switches, and I was like, I wonder what would happen if I put the Halo switch in here. I tried it, and then I was like, holy crap, this is amazing. And I immediately took apart all of my Zandas and redid them as Holy Pandas. and thus the meme was born. I call it a meme, but I mean it is a good Switch. It's just it's not as good as it once was, just because there are better options on the market now. Sorry for all the backstory, guys. I know some of you probably don't want to hear that. I take it very sexually, as you should. Life's too short to not take jokes, man. Zeal V2s are the best stock Switch I've felt. I'm a big tactile though. Well, you're not wrong. I really do believe that the Zelio V2 is the best tactile Switch on the market right now, stock or otherwise. And it, honestly, I mean, it's probably the most interesting Switch on the market right now too. The Thug Life chose Brian. That's true too. Jay blames Brexit. 78 gram Zelio V2 going in your Lumina. Nice. Nice. That's going to be pretty hype. I saw that the Lumina group buy has been moving forward. I believe he does have a new prototype from the new factory, and things are looking fairly well, last I checked. So that'll be pretty hype. I got to try out the Lumina, not even like the final version, just the prototype, and it was pretty cool. I do think that the final version looks a lot better now. I'm glad he made the updates that he did to it. Salt Rock Lamp asking thoughts on Ergo Halos. Halo with a lighter spring in their original housing or in another housing like Cherry MX, Cream, etc. I've never tried that. The reason being is, you know, the whole point of the Halo was actually the spring. So the spring is what gives the Halo Clear and especially the Halo True that unique feel. Those were specially, you know, designed, well not necessarily designed, but they're especially chosen by Hot Tub Input Club to give them that particular feel. To show that the spring can affect the way a Switch feels tremendously at times. And the Halo line really showed us that. Because, you know, the Halo Clear and the Halo True feel fairly different. But they are the same Switch, just with a different spring. So by playing with the actual spring properties, you can adjust how the tactility on a Switch feels. It's exactly what Zeal did in V1 Zelios Round 8. So Switch stayed the same, but he updated the spring on the 67 and 78 gram versions. They felt way different, way better. So I haven't played around with that, and I don't know. I don't necessarily need to, because, I mean, for me, the Halo Clears were already light enough, and I liked them on their own. Did I get all these screws in? Oh no, missing two. There we go. Will you tell this story to your grandkids, your lube escapades? Yeah, probably. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? That I'm not going to do right now, just because I don't feel like taking this apart again. This actually came with some silencing material in the bottom. I'm not really sure what this is. This is like some kind of like very thin like rubber alternative. And then this is obviously just some cheap foam. The user before me had this in the bottom. I can put that back in if the customer wants it, that's no problem. But for the sake of this, I'm just going to leave it out for right now. There was also spare springs. I like seeing that. Spare spring, or not springs, but screws. Spare hardware is always welcome in custom keyboard kits. You never know when you're going to lose stuff, you know? Better options than the Panda? Like, I know you said Zelio, but what else? I mean, the Zelio, I think, is kind of just the king right now in terms of, like, tactile switches. I mean, Holy Pandas are still nice, but just depends on what you look for in a Switch, right? That's all that really matters. I mean, I guess you could say T1 switches, but that's a controversial topic right now, I guess. Oh, let's put some caps on. Normally, I would give you guys a choice and maybe do a straw poll of a few key sets that I have on hand laying around. But I'm going to overrule you guys and just do Solarized Dark, because I want to see what Solarized Dark looks like on an all-white case. So that's what we're going to do. Sorry for being the dictator on this one. Okay. 55, there we go. We'll do accents on this. I like the accents with Solarized Dark. Come on, stabilizer, work with me here. Stabilizer seems a little tight. I mean, it seems pretty functional, but I might fix that. Actually, wait. It might just be fixing itself. Never mind. June is already gonna kill my wallet with GMK sets. Trust me, man. I know. I know. I feel like I've already bought so many sets lately, too. Do you have a favorite amongst the stock spring weights for Zelios? I don't know. Probably 67 gram. I think they're all pretty good. Really just depends on what you're feeling. Talisman Solutions gifts a tier 1 sub to iAbdallah9. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Up to 143 gift subs. Holy crap. Gotta catch up in chat. Chat moving quick. Solid Snake Drive. What's up, man? Good to see you. When making Holy Pandas with Yak housings, what spring do I use? Halo or the Yak? The Yak. Use the Yak spring. Using any fancy schmancy amp for your headphones? No, I'm not. I'm kind of an audiophile pleb, unfortunately. Well, I need a reference picture here. I think I can already see why the other user had the foam in the bottom. Something about TX boards. I feel like they don't... Maybe it's because they kind of attempt this universal plate design. I feel like the sound kind of leaks a little bit. Sounds decent, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes once it's all on there. No straw pulls for Ray. Let's make Brian lick these boards too? Nah, man. I'm not a board licker. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm like way farther in chat. Way farther behind in chat than I thought. Can someone link me an 1800 board so I can see what the layout is entirely? I mean, I can bullshit my way through most of this, but I don't know all of them because I don't usually build these. Check your Discord PMs. Yeah, I looked at it, but you have artisans on a lot of the caps. Like I don't know what the 8 keys above the number pad are. Heck yeah, thank you for that link. That is definitely good enough. Print screen. I feel so lost on a board this size. Page up, page down. Makes it look like I'm brand new with this. We're gonna use the accent escape, I think. We're gonna go a bunch of accents on this one. VR chat is weird. I'm still pretty novice when it comes to VR stuff. I haven't actually owned a headset myself. Not sure yet if I want to use scooped or barred F&J. Numlock. Scoop life. Barred. I usually use scooped, but I also don't really care. What is this key? Is that is that a key for ISO? I don't think I've ever actually seen this key before. I have no idea what that is. Insert. There we go. Scroll lock there. Alright, we getting there. We getting there, boys and girls. It only took us forever, but we're getting there. Minus. That key set is dope. You want it? It is pretty dope, right? I like it. Solarized Dark's a little underrated. Do we make a decision on scooped or barred yet? Let's go with barred. I've been using barred more lately. That might upset some people, and I'm okay with that. quick, brief typing test, though that song is conveniently over. Alright. Let's give this a try. Alright, not too bad. I like it. It's not my favorite because I don't really like brass plates that much, and I don't really like universal brass plates that much. I think they're fine, they get the job done. But this is not bad. I need to... This stabilizer over here is kind of tight. I'm probably going to work on loosening that up a bit, but otherwise the board came together pretty darn well. Everything works, everything feels good, everything sounds pretty good. Surprisingly, lubed inks don't sound that differently from unlubed. It depends on the lube that you use. So I used MCG 111 here, which isn't quite, you know, on the same thickness spectrum as something like MCG 129 or the very popular 205 grade 0. That everyone is always fawning over in the community. So these are a little bit more to my spec as opposed to a lot of other people's specs. I don't like that overly lubed butter feeling that a lot of people seem to enjoy. I prefer a much more natural approach, just a little bit smoother. So I do a pretty light coat of you know, a medium to thin lube generally most of the time. So these they feel like inks. They just feel like slightly smoother inks. And the sound is cleaned up a little bit. You don't get quite as much reverb, especially because the springs are lubed as well. Sounds good. I'll probably wind up putting this silencing material back in. I think that'll dampen it up a little bit for sure. So yeah, off stream I'm gonna put that foam back in, and I'm gonna work on this bottom right enter stabilizer. Like, it works. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't work, but it feels a little slow. Just because the stabilizer I feel is a little tight. I don't know if it's because of this key, or I don't know if it's because of the stabilizer itself. It's probably the stabilizer itself, so I'm going to work on fixing that. Yeah, I don't want to lose all my feeling to lube. Exactly. Exactly. That build went smoothly. A little over 2 hours. I was hoping to get it under 2 hours, but it takes me forever to put on keycaps. So yeah, I'll do the final touches on this off stream another time, later tonight probably. But I think that it came together well. Alright. What do you guys think? Should I move on to the Leaf now? Should I build the Leaf? Did that go shortly and smoothly enough to justify moving on to the Leaf60? The Leaf60 shouldn't be a very long build either. The switches are already lubed. It's HHKB format, so I'm only going to have to lube 3 stabilizers. But yeah, what do you guys think? Should I do the Leaf? Do you guys want to stick around and watch me do the Leaf? I'm holding like all of my viewers right now, so I feel like I should keep going at this point. I've been looking for, I got my Leaf like 3 weeks ago and I haven't built it yet, and I feel like anxious that I need to build it. We'll give this one final look over, just so you guys can see. So again, this is the TX1800, the stock brass plate, lubed Gateron inks, the standard steel weight that goes with that as well. And GMK Solarized Dark. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Solarized Dark on the white was for me either, honestly, but I really just wanted to see it, because I had not really ever put it on a lighter build, especially a white build, so I was really looking forward to just trying that, and I felt like using this as an excuse. Sorry, guys. But, yeah, it looks pretty good, feels pretty good. We'll finish that up off stream. What do you guys think? Maybe I should do a straw poll. Show Kepler butt? Alright. Alright, just because you asked. I have to clean it though, it's a little dirty right now. Yeah, I need to take some water to it with the microfiber cloth and clean off all the spots. It's just dirty right now, guys. Oh my god, this is the Kepler butt though. There you go, here's your Kepler butt. Alright, we're gonna do a little straw poll. Straw poll. Is Ray still in chat? Maybe I'll have Ray do the straw poll just so he can feel like he's doing something. Do I build the Leaf60 now or nah? Nah, dog. Get off stream. Yeah. Keep going. These are terrible options. I love it. There we go. Alright, vote in the straw poll. Do I cut it off now? Do you guys have better things in your life to do than watch an overweight nerd on stream build keyboards? Or do you guys want to see the Leaf? Featuring some lubed MX wires, which are basically just vintage blacks with Zeal bottoms. We almost got the first drop test. The Kepler is scary to pick up because it's so heavy. Alright. This is a pretty resounding victory for yeah, keep her going at 13 votes to 1 vote for nah dog get off stream. I'm okay with that. I guess I'll keep going. Alright, well, I guess I can give you a little bit of an unboxing experience as well. Chat is pretty tame most of the time. Yeah, okay. Alright, guys. I guess most of you do want me to keep going, so I will keep going. Do just a brief unboxing, a little quick rundown. Alright, so we got some bump-ons here, 4 of them. Pretty normal. Got the PCB right here. Middle USB port. I'm gonna go ahead and assume these are gaskets. A relatively rudimentary gasket style system, similar to how the Meme 65 was done. But just because it's simple and or rudimentary does not mean it can't be effective. So we'll see how that works here. I know the Leaf has been a little controversial since it came out. Some more foam there. If I recall, this is actually in here kind of tight, so I'm gonna use that gravity tool that seems popular. You know? Try to get this out of here. There we go. Alright, so there they have these little kind of individual bags for the PCB and the case. And this is my Leaf. So this is my personal board. This is the E-white color with the E-black accent. I chose not to opt for the brass weight because it was kind of a pricey upgrade. And you know your boy likes a good value, so I decided to skip out and save the $50 and just get with the E-white. Meaning it's not going to be ridiculously heavy, of course, but you know, it is what it is. I do have the black polycarbonate plate here, so even though this is black, this is a polycarbonate plate, guys. So I went for a kind of black and white style theme here. I have no idea what key set's going to go on in this. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. So we're gonna take this apart and see what's up. So just so people are aware, the Leaf did have some minor issues. I'm gonna say minor issues. Some people might call them major issues. With some of the issues they had were the E-coating ones, the E-whites and E-blacks. So when you E-coat, you actually add a little bit of thickness, a little bit of extra material. And they didn't account for that when they did a lot of their screw tapping. So a lot of the screws weren't going in all the way. So what I basically did is I spent about an hour and a half a couple nights ago, and I basically took all the screws out. I cleaned out all the excess material that was in the holes, and then I basically just used the screws to try to loosen the holes. So I would just tighten it a little bit, and when it started to feel too much resistance, I'd untighten it, then tighten it again, then untighten it, then untighten it again. So just try to expand the holes just a little bit, and I'm going to say I was fairly successful. I don't know if it's going to be 100% perfect, but I think I did a relatively good job. I can do more if necessary, but yeah, so that's we're going to see how that's going to work. I actually, there's actually only 7 of the 8 screws in right now. Here's the other one, because I stripped this one slightly. It's still usable, but I'm going to have to be a little bit more careful on that one. Isn't E-coating just a fancy term for powder coating? Is it something else? I believe it's called electrophoresis. Dead Encryption got his with a broken off screw for the weight, and it popped out of the weight socket. That is unfortunate. Yeah, it feels like you know, this board has a lot of controversy over it just because it didn't really go 100% well in, you know, either manufacturing, finishing, or shipping. Seems like people are kind of just, you know, lucky or they're not, and some of us were a little less lucky. Do you build keyboards to sell or just for fun? I'm new here. Hey, well, first of all, welcome. Hope you're enjoying yourself. But I do build keyboards to sell sometimes. Most of the builds that you'll see me do are actually personal builds, just for myself. Sometimes, every now and then, I'll build a board for someone else, a paying customer perhaps, or just, you know, something along those lines. But it's rare that I build a board with the intent to sell it. That almost never happens. Alright, so let's get these screws out here. I also heard that the gaskets kind of mess up a little bit. These are really thin. They account for the holes. You can see there's a hole for the screw, but the hole is a little bit smaller than the screws, so I feel like these kind of just rip and tear alongside the screw holes. I've heard that problem a few times. So we'll see how it goes, and hopefully it'll go all right. Stormtrooper Leaf is super clean. Thanks, man. Yeah, I kind of wanted just a black-white theme. So, if any of you in chat have built a Leaf, and you have any pro tips for me that might help me along this journey, let me know. Because while I have built a ton of keyboards, I have not built the Leaf yet, and the Leaf seems a little unique in some ways, especially with the problems that it seems to have. Overall, I like the look a lot. I think the look is quite nice. So it is kind of a sandwich mount, but it's going to be using gaskets. I believe it uses one gasket on top, one on bottom, and then another one on the bottom underside, and then the top underside. So I should need a total of 4 gaskets, and they sent me 5. So I would have liked to see maybe another 1 or 2 or 3 extras, because these are pennies, man. These are so cheap. So it would be cool to include a little bit more spares. Also, I do seem to have a dent on my black accent as well. I'm not going to make a big deal about it to the people, but as you can see there. It's a little small, but there's also a noticeable scratch right there. %, refund right there. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I try not to make a big deal about internal issues like this, because the only time I'm ever going to see it is if I'm building or unbuilding it, basically. Once it's built, you're not going to see it. Here's the black polycarbonate plate. HHKB layout here. It is a fixed layout, which I like. Nice and flexy for you guys. Snap. You guys a little bit of a rundown on these parts here. I mean, it is a nicely designed board. It does look nice. It's simple, but it's elegant. I like these kind of side swoops here. I think the angling on that is really, really nice. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want to see internal issues, but if they're there, I'm not going to lose my mind over it. If there's like a huge dent on like the outside, or something is obviously very, very wrong and non-functional or something, that's a big deal. But I mean, this little dent here and this scratch here are kind of my only gripes with it so far, other than the issues with these screw holes because of the E-coating. Makes me think I should have went with the polycarbonate version, because the polycarb version obviously doesn't have that issue because they're not E-coated. So I think what I'm going to do here is, I guess I'll build it up first, then put the gaskets on. What do you guys think? Do I put the gaskets on first? Do I put them in the case, or do I put them on the plate? It looks like there's space for them to kind of sit in here. I assume I put them on the case and not the actual plate. I'm gonna proceed under that assumption. Case seems like it makes a little bit more sense. So let's work on the PCB first. We'll get some stabilizers on here. I do have to lube them, but I can do that pretty quickly, and there's only going to be 3 of them, so that's not going to take a while. PCB is pretty nice looking. Kind of a nice matte black with that gold leaf branding there, center USB. Not too bad. I believe this is also now in the QMK configurator, which is pretty cool. Although I'm not sure what the button configuration to get it into the bootloader mode is, because it doesn't actually have a physical button. So if anyone in chat knows that, let me know. You have to cut the middle gasket for the one that goes on the top bottom part of the case. Oh, because of the USB? Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Kind of an odd way to do it. But I guess it's a cost-saving thing for them. Alright. So we'll set that out of the way for now. Focus on our stabilizers here and grab some real quick. Check out my trusty stabilizer box. I'm running low, but I still have some. That looks like a 7U. Came with no instructions. Yeah. Can you look at the playlist again? I'm really feeling this song. Happy Little Shit. Yeah, so this is, I'll link it again. This is called Sober by Pusher. But I'll link the playlist as well. There you go, man. Yep, Leaf is in QMK config. Heck yeah. Talisman Solutions gifts a tier 1 sub to NW Alex. Thank you very much, man. Up to 144 gifted subs. Holy crap. Put 7U. How many spacebar placements there are for this? That is crazy. Yeah, 7U. Okay. My trusty flush cutters here. So actually, it looks like I already cut. Already flush cut these ones, so let's give those a little bit of lube. Now you're a member of the club. That's right. We do build streams like this pretty often. We also run our main episode on Thursdays, which is more of a news and discussion / Q&A kind of format. If you're interested in that, you can check out our YouTube and our official Discord linked below the stream. Where did my tweezers go? The real question. There they are. Alright, so I'm not going to do Band-Aid mod on this because Band-Aid mod. Band-Aid mod is meh. I'm gonna give these a quick lube. I'm not gonna do a full lube on them, but I'm gonna kill the sound ideally. But just doing a thick coat of lube on this kind of middle bottom hole of the inserts here, where the wire actually goes into the inserts. Lube that up, and then we'll lube the wire again too once we put that in. A little bit faster, save some time. Why meh? Meathead villain? Why meh? I don't know why meh. I feel like I'm missing something. Unless you're talking about the Band-Aid mod. I don't really like the feel or sound of the Band-Aid mod personally. I think it's okay. It's just not really for me. Oh, I like this song. I heard this one before. What do I do instead? Nothing. I clip and I lube, and then I just don't do the Band-Aid mod. The only time I actually like the Band-Aid mod is if I'm going for a build that is going to be like 100% silent, basically, or as close to it as I can get. So if I'm using like Helios or some kind of silent switch, maybe Xylence, then I will definitely consider doing the Band-Aid mod, but otherwise, I just don't really care for it. Yeah, it's just a personal preference. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the Band-Aid mod. It's funny, like, how the community has shifted, though. I feel like the community used to, like, be totally in love with the Band-Aid mod, and now people are kind of like meh about it. No one really likes it anymore. I called it from the beginning. I never cared for it. Huge shift, yeah. It really was. I know this part's boring, guys, but I promise it's almost over. So what are your plans for what you're bringing to Seattle? That's a good question. I'm getting an Airbnb with a bunch of other people. As some of you might know, I'm going to be rooming with Jay. He's coming in from the UK, which is going to be awesome. As well as a few of the top Clack moderators. And who else is coming? 159 of Project Keyboard is going to be there. The Raging Asian is going to be there. Sushimi is going to be there. As well as everyone's favorite moderator, not G10. But lots of people coming in. It's going to be pretty awesome. As far as what I'm bringing, I don't know. I mean, I'm relatively local, so I feel like I'll have my car, so I probably will wind up just bringing like most of my collection. We'll see. I'll try to bring anything that I have that I think people will actually care enough about to see. That's usually the goal. It'll probably be anywhere from like 10 to 20 boards. Are you going to use Panda switches for full Panda experience? No, I am not, actually. I am not going to do that. Jay in America hype. Yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. We can corrupt him with our American ways. A strong representation of the Top Clack family. Yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Kind of like a little Top Clack Airbnb. We already paid for it. It's good stuff. Okay. Hopefully that's all the lube I need. Let Jay drive? That's scary. Anything you're going to keep your eye on, the lookout for, or nah? Do you mean, like at the meetup? Because I'm always interested in things I haven't tried before. Definitely. He needs some barbecue? Jay needs a lot of things. Convince him that Onzi is better? I don't know. I'll try, but I don't know if I can change his mind on that. Didn't know if there was something specific you've been wanting to try out or were on the fence about. I don't know. It's hard because like I'm kind of honestly in a pretty fortunate position where I get to try a lot of things, like pretty easily just because of Top Clack. So I don't know. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head, but there probably are things. Usually the last few meetups I've been to, I've been more interested in the actual vintage stuff. Because I'm pretty noob when it comes to the vintage stuff. I don't really know a whole lot about it. So like when people show me like really cool vintage stuff that I haven't seen before, it's pretty hype usually. Wait a minute. Where is this interest? Why is this so confusing to me? Okay, there we go. There's so many holes, guys. This song is pretty hype too. Turns out I need a different bit. Vintage, yeah. Man, there's some really cool vintage stuff out there. Even if it's not like usable or functional really for any of us, it's kind of cool to see like some history and things that have been. As much as I love looking at, you know, top mount Korean customs as much as the next guy, it's kind of cool to see way less common things. I should probably test this PCB, huh? I'm like paranoid about it now. Ever since I had issues with the Kepler, and then I had issues with Mike's Kira 80. I feel like I really need to test PCBs before I solder from now on. Need more leaf spring bottom mount boards. Yeah, I'm interested to try that for sure. Swapping from USB mini to USB-C, because this is a USB-C board. Alright, that's a good start. Yes, I get it, you're setting it up. Set it up faster. Device is ready. Okay. Sorry if that was loud, guys. So for any of you that might not be up to speed, maybe you have no idea what I'm doing right now, I'm basically bridging the pads of each switch location to make sure it actually works when connected. Looking good so far. Fingers crossed, boys and girls. I didn't realize that this PCB actually supports Alps too. That's kind of interesting. Why is that space? That's strange. My function key is space for some reason, which is, that's a new one to me, guys. Okay, I'll test that anyways. I'm not going to use it. Everything looks good. Nothing down here is registering, but I'm gonna guess that's because that's probably function by default. Maybe it's just not mapped. This PCB is a little Swiss cheesy down here. Okay, so that's alt. This might just not be programmed. I'm just going to assume it's not programmed yet, because it's not doing anything. We'll have to test that later in the configurator. Yeah, but my function key is space, which is fun. Anyways, we'll call that a win for now. Need maglev board? Yeah, that'd be cool. Pre-testing PCBs is a must. Yeah, I'm learning the error of my previous ways, and I'm trying to test them all now. Alright, so once again we got polycarbonate plate here, the black matte polycarbonate. Oh boy, these are tight stabilizer locations. Oh my gosh, possibly the tightest ones I've ever used. That one's a little bit more manageable. Spacebar not too bad. This is a little ridiculous over here though. Okay, that goes on, but that is almost worryingly tight. It actually makes the polycarbonate PCB bow inward a little bit. You can see that a little bit on stream. Kind of arches this way a little bit. Hopefully that'll be corrected a little bit more once the switches are in. But that is a bit tighter fit than it needs to be. But we'll see what happens. We're gonna keep going, and hopefully things work out. Because this is my personal board. You know, if something goes wrong, it's not the biggest deal. Shout out to Chris Swires, who lubed these and built these and sent them to me for free. These hybrid switches. Good guy, Chris Swires. Like many of you have maybe seen in the past from me, I like to kind of use some plastic prying tools basically to keep the PCB up while I push switches in. Or not the PCB, but the plate, sorry. On plates like this that are really flexible. Sometimes when you push the switch in, the plate just kind of pushes down with it, so this is kind of leverage against that basically. These switches are going in pretty easily though. I suppose we should test the stabilizers first, though. That would be the wise thing to do. Seems like a super genuine dude. In my experience, he is. Definitely. He's a nice guy. Alright, keycap set, where are you? What do I even have? What do I even have right now? Oh, man. Most of my sets are on boards right now. I'm gonna go with GMK Cyan right now just for this test. This set's like one of the only sets I have right now that isn't actually on a board. That's good enough. Okay, that's a problem. So it's so tight in the stabilizers because of the plate that when I press the switch down, it just stays. Because the plate is so tight, it grabs the stabilizer. So, major problem number one. Do I have a file? Do I have something to file this down? That's the real question. So that's looking like what I might need to do. It's a lock switch. Yeah, just use my enter as a lock switch. Clearly this is a problem though, because I can't really do a whole lot without having a little bit more space. The question is, how fancy do I want to get with this? I don't think I have any sandpaper on hand or anything to file it with. But it is definitely too tight. These stabilizer spots seem totally fine. It's just the enter spot. Good thing I tested those. Alright guys, what do you think? Suggestions? Oh man. That is so tight. Just lube the cutouts? I don't think it's going to be quite that simple. Man, that is something though. Darn. This is what I get for not having something to file it with on hand too. Trying to get it to where I can angle it right and there's not so much pressure on it. Okay, that seems good now, but the strain might have gone over to the left shift now from the pressure swapping. Or not. Okay. Is this like some kind of weird anomaly? I don't know, guys, but it seems to work now. Yeah, my kind of last resort would have actually just been to take an X-Acto knife, a razor blade or something, and just kind of shave off sides of it, basically. Which may not be the greatest idea, but it probably would work. Oh, wow. Okay, the right side of this tab needs serious tuning up. The rest of everything else seems fine. Okay, so in theory I can get this to work, right? It's definitely the tolerances on the plate, yeah. The cutouts are really, really tight for the stabilizers. Like it's actually like hard to pull this off, even without the switch in it. That's keyboarding? I know. This is how custom builds go, man. This is how live streams and custom builds go. Nothing ever goes according to plan 100%. Alright, let's give this another try, guys. Or alternatively, put switches in freezer? Oh, heat up. Wait, heat up the plate for thermal expansion? I guess that could be a thing. I'm trying to think of like what I would have to heat it up just enough. JK, don't joke, don't even joke, man. That could work. I'm stupid enough to actually try that. Maybe throw it in my oven at like, I don't know, what's the melting point of polycarbonate? Throw it in my oven at like 100 degrees or something. It'd be a temporary fix, but well, it might be kind of permanent. Like if I get it from warm to on here, and so it stretches out a little bit, maybe it probably wouldn't fill back in the same spot. I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm obviously not really gonna do that, but it's an interesting idea. Alright, let's give this a try again. It could, but it's a risk. I mean, it's definitely a risk. A lot of things in this community are a risk. Okay. Fingers crossed, guys. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna put some more switches that and then test these again. Because I have a suspicion that having some switches in here is gonna increase the pressure along the edges as well. Fingers crossed for me, boys and girls. Melting point is 297F? Really? It's a lot higher than I expected it to be. Hell, maybe I should throw it in the oven at like 150, see what happens. Come on, I have faith. This can work, right? We keyboarding today, boys. What are MX wires? So it's basically a lubed vintage black. This version has Zelio bottoms, though. So the clear, transparent bottom that Zelio switches use. Because they are just smoother by default generally than MX black bottoms. And these in particular have 65 gram springs in them. I think you're confused with MC wires. That's pretty good, man. That's a good one. Alright, this is looking good so far. I guess it was potentially just an anomaly. Maybe I just didn't put the plate on evenly enough the first time. Could have been user error. Brian is still going. Yeah, man. I'm on my second build here. We finished the TX1800. It went pretty darn well. And now we're moving on to a personal build of mine, the Leaf60. Black polycarbonate plate. We were having some minor issues, but they seem to be cleared up now. Uptime? Man, I really need to do that uptime bot. I've been live for 3 hours and 14 minutes. And boy, do I need some food after this. I am hungry, boys. SMH. Hey man, not everything can always go perfect. I need some keyboards to build. Waiting on a KBD-AX Mark II for a friend. Nice. You can always open up build services. That's what a lot of people have been doing. Build more keys, maybe make a little bit of money on the side. Yeah, market is kind of flooded already. Keep macro pad kits around for dry spells. That's dedication. Creams are pretty good, man. I've been loving the creams lately. You got inks in your life? I think Mike's restocking soon. I know it's sometime. I think towards the beginning of June is the last I heard. So it should be pretty soon. A lot of people have been waiting on those. Those things have been flying off the shelf, man. Inks are so popular. Oh boy. All that pressure is kind of being built up in the middle instead of the edges now, so these center switches are going to be a little interesting to get in. But I think we're going to have a victorious finish here. A triumphant ending. That's the hope, at least. I eventually want to try some other switches in this as well. But this is what I had on hand that was already lubed. Okay, I think we managed to do this properly. Yeah, I think the Sirius group buy is still open. I think it closes pretty soon, though. Like today or tomorrow. Sirius or Polaris? That's a hard question, man. I really like my Sirius, but I think the Polaris is going to be pretty cool, too. Okay, this looks okay. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Just because I'm paranoid, I'm going to test these stabilizers one last time. Now that I've made some corrections. Okay. Olive tomorrow? Ah, crap. Olive is tomorrow, huh? Darn it. Forgot about that. I'm gonna have to find a way to justify that. Can't miss out on Olive. Olive is going to be pretty awesome. Alright, I'm going to check and make sure all these pins are poking through as well. So I'm not terribly surprised when I solder this. Okay. All the pins are through. Let's do a little soldering again, shall we? Peaches and Cream and Merlin. Oh my god. Is Merlin coming in June as well? Peaches and Cream is July, right? God, man, so many good key sets coming out. What is going on here? I need you to heat up, soldering iron, please. Yeah, Merlin looks pretty good too. I want to get Olive. I want to get Merlin. I want to get Peaches and Cream. I might pass on Dracula, but I feel like I need to buy either Dracula or Nord. But we'll see. This is going to be rough. I feel like I'm not going to be able to buy keyboards for a while. I'll have to just get key sets. I'll probably pass on Dots. Dots looks cool, but there's just so many sets to choose from right now, man. It's tough. Sorry if my head gets in the way, guys. Usually I look directly down when I'm soldering. Yeah, my problem with the Dracula Knight kit is, like, I don't I don't usually try to buy extra kits because I'm very cheap. So like I want to try to get everything that I can in the base kit without having to buy additional kits. And while I do like Dracula with the Night Kit, I don't want to spend all that extra money on the Night Kit just so I can have the set the way I want it.
Jumped out of plane, tried falling, falling more in love with you. We missed the train each morning, and then we don't know what to do. I can't live with or without you. We could be dying if our hearts beat too slow. 100 reasons I could think to be with you. So if we're drowning, let our love keep us afloat.
If we're gonna leave this ship, we're gonna have to sink or swim. Take my hand and dive in. I'll never let you go again. If we're gonna leave this ship, we're gonna have to sink.
I would go for Nord if you don't need extras. Yeah, that's kind of my thought process on it right now, honestly.
Never let you go again.
I think I prefer Nord over Dracula anyways, just by default. I think they're both nice looking sets. But I really have to pick and choose. I might not be able to get either, honestly.
It seemed to rain for days. I guess our hearts were pouring. We didn't keep the scores. This game we played, it ain't rewarding. It's like we changed our names, and that's the reason we ignoring. We highly flammable. Guess we didn't read the warnings. So use with caution. Cause girl, we awesome. We gotta cherish this. It doesn't come along that often. Just stay
Peaches and Cream July 1st, so we only have about a month. About a month until that as well, and I kind of want to get that.
I can't live with or without you. We could be dying if our hearts beat too slow. 100 reasons I can think to be with you. So if we're drowning, let our love keep us afloat.
If we're gonna leave this ship, we're gonna have to sink or swim. Take my hand and dive in. I'll never let you go again. If we're gonna leave this ship, we're gonna have to sink or swim. Take my hand and dive in. I'll never let you go again. I'll never let you, never let you, never let you. I'll never let you, never wanna have to sink or swim. I'll never let you, never let you, never let you. I'll never let you, never wanna have to sink or swim.
Peaches and Cream on Canyon Keys. Dracula's is going to be ran on Dixie. Nice. I'm glad that Canyon Keys and Dixie Mech are running sets more commonly now. I think both of those vendors are very, very good.
Take my hand and dive in. I'll never let you go again.
When the stream started, I called out the difficulty acquisition strategy right now. Yeah. Yeah. That's very true. As our community grows and we get more designers and designs, more people just want to try things. It really pushes our community forward, but it makes it difficult for people like a lot of us that have limited funds.
Biting my legs, running my feet against the carpet, trying to inhale so I can float instead of falling. I'm running
Leading towards peaches and cream. Yeah. Peaches and cream looks pretty good, man. GMK just open more factories and lower their prices just a little bit. We can always hope, right? Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening. Thank you. Alright, almost done soldering, guys. Only got a few switches left on this bottom row here. Alright, in theory I'm done soldering here. Do I have ventilation? Yes. Yeah. Alright, let's put this through a quick switch test. I still like that the function key is space by default. Whose idea was this? I think this is just unprogrammed, or it's a function key that I'm not seeing. I don't know. I'll just put a new layout on it and find out. Everything seems to be working pretty well, though. So now we're going to get back to the housing and take a look at this gasket kind of implementation here. So from what it looks like, and what a few people in chat have told me, I just basically use 4 of these gaskets Put one right here, then another one right here, and the other one right here. So that's the route I'm going to take first. I only have one spare gasket, so I can only mess this up once. I can only mess up one of these. Otherwise, I'm kind of out of luck for now. And I do have to cut this one for the USB port. Does TA90 have row 0? It does not. I think there might have been a kit for it, but in the base kit, there is not. But it does have row 5. Okay. Well, I'm going to start with the top here. These are adhesive. Okay. Taking this one hole at a time. I hear that's the right way to do it. Okay. So this one looks like a success. That's the hope, at least. I have a feeling this is still going to be kind of difficult because the holes on the gaskets are smaller than the holes on the actual case itself. Did you clean the holes in the top? Yeah, I went through and I cleaned out all 4 corner holes because those are the ones I had issues with. I cleaned them out and I kind of stretched them out just by using the screws, just kind of in and out. Know what I'm saying? Alright, so we got our first one on successfully, that's good. Let's do the next one here. Okay, I think that one was successful as well. This is almost scary, guys. Let's swap over to the bottom here. Should I cut this before I put it on? Probably, right? Let's put a couple marks in it real quick. Yeah, these are gaskets. This is a variation on gasket mount. All right. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. This is a little bit tedious, but hopefully we'll get there and we'll have a cool keyboard at the end of it. Okay, doing well so far, I think. These look pretty flush. You're on track for 2 keyboards in 4 hours? You're right, actually, I am. That almost never happens. Usually when I do 2 builds, it's like 5 or 6 or more hours. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Take a quick hydration break. It's been a while. Whew. All right, and hopefully I can save my spare in case I need it another time. And in theory, that's going to be good. And supposedly, I just set this here and kind of let the pressure do the work. Just tightening up some of these spots real quick. Okay. Let's attempt to put this together. I feel like this isn't going to go quite as smoothly as I'm hoping for. Just because the gasket holes are so much smaller than the case holes. But we're gonna attempt this, and hopefully this goes as planned. That's gonna be the hope anyways. Should be okay. Yeah, that's maybe I'm just being too skeptical. Maybe too paranoid. Once I get a few of these screws in, I'll feel better though. Okay, the first one went in relatively easily. I like seeing that. I'm going to put the 4 inside screws in first, then I'm going to move to the outside. The outside are the 4 holes that are a little bit more troubled. The inside 4 ones are actually pretty tame. But if I'm lucky enough and I did a good enough job fixing these holes the other day, we shouldn't have much of an issue. They stretch just fine. I like when they stretch just fine. This one. Alright. It's going to be slow going for these outside screws a little bit, but we're going to try to work this. That was pretty good. This and wait, hold on. Yeah, Brian, I deferred a hot date with a Playboy bunny for this, whose father asked me to take her out after he invested money in my new business venture. This and other absurdities will be documented fully in my upcoming book, Strange Things That Didn't Happen During Brian's Keyboard Streams. Wow, man. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I just don't know. I hope it was worth it though, Talisman. Spent 4 hours here watching me build keyboards instead. Okay, that works pretty well. Like what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move one of these good screws to this outside, and I'm going to put this slightly stripped screw in one of these 2 spots. Just so it's a little bit easier for me to fix if I need to. Okay. I'm having less trouble with these gaskets than I was expecting, so that's kind of a thumbs up there. Alright, with that, we should be pretty good. There's a bit of a seam, but it's not too bad. The song already played. What are you doing, playlist? Alright. Well, in theory, we are good here. Let's put some caps on and try it, right? Hopefully not everything goes wrong. Do I just put cyan on it? That's like my only keycap set. I don't have to take off another board right now. I can put Modern Dolce on. That's not on a board right now. I have to clean up a couple of the caps. I spilled juice on a couple of them, though, accidentally. What do you guys think? Modern Dolce or cyan? Or do I put GMK white on black on it and do a full Stormtrooper theme? I'd have to take it off my Tokyo 60, but the Tokyo 60 is the same exact layout, so it'd be a really easy swap. I'm gonna do a straw poll, because I think this could be interesting here. Alright. Kikapu desu. I can't type at this angle. GMK white on black. GMK cyan. Oh my freaking god. Can I please type properly for once? GMK Modern Dolce. Alright guys, vote using the straw poll. What is my keycap destiny gonna look like? So I mean, I got this as a black and white theme, so I think the white on black actually could be pretty cool on it. But I'm not opposed to trying out cyan or Modern Dolce on this. I'm gonna wait a few minutes while I clean up a little bit, and you guys vote in that straw poll. I have bump-ons too, so put those on. Wabba wabba dob dob. I'm leaning towards the wob as well, personally. But it's kind of fun to see what you guys want to see too. What are these results looking like? Oh, pretty heavily in favor of white on black. Okay. Let me go grab my Tokyo 60 that has that set on it right now from the closet, and we'll put that on. I'll be right back, guys. So this will be a pretty seamless swap since it uses the exact same layout. This one has lubed Helios in it. Alright, no point. I'm not even going to let this poll go any longer because there's no point. Pretty heavily in favor of the white on black. Oh yeah, there's a hot swap PCB. Oops. These caps are a little dusty. I need to clean these. my gosh. Switches, please stay in the PCB for once. The plate isn't very tight for the Tokyo 60, so it's relatively easy to pull switches up with keycaps on the KBD6X RGB. White on black with Moto mods? You're a madman. That almost sounds scary. Too spooky for me, I know, right? Yeah. I'm usually kind of against using 2 GMK sets on a board, because I feel like that's just terrible value. Because, like, if the hybridization doesn't make sense the other way, like Modern Dolch Alphas with black on white mods, like, if it doesn't make sense that way, then, then it's like, what do you do with the rest of the caps? Oh my god, Switch, seriously? You come out so easily? But you won't go back in? I think eventually I might do minimal on this, GMK minimal. I am in that group buy. Probably still won't ship for a little bit, but I think minimal could look pretty cool on this too. I think that was my original intent when I got into this group buy for the Leaf. I'm kind of liking the sound though already. That polycarbonate pop. It's pretty unlike anything else. This is gonna look pretty good, boys, I'm not gonna lie. Pulled the trigger on Mizu tonight despite my attempt to get chat to talk me out of it to no avail. Nice. I hope that maybe you considered using our Dixie Mech affiliate link. And to anyone else that might be ordering Mizu still, or any part of it. You did use it? Nice, you are awesome. I should probably, I should probably be a good person and link my sponsors command to. Oh no, it's broken! Why? Why? Oh my gosh. That's gonna drive me nuts until I fix it. I'm sorry, guys. Is that why? Sorry, I'm testing this in chat real quick, guys. Sorry. Why did I have to break it up now? I didn't used to. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, there's that. There's that. There's that. There's that. Yeah, you can just use topclack.dixiemac.com. I'm just trying to make sure this command works. Nightbot is like messing with me right now. That's gonna drive me nuts until I get it to work. Come on, cooldown's off. What are you doing? Sheesh. Oh, whoops. Huh. Worst. I'm like the worst streamer of all time. It's still not fixed, really? I'll deal with that later. You guys can see the sponsors in the GIF in the top left. You know the drill. Affiliate links on a couple of them at least. Dixiemac.store or .com, sorry, /topclack, as well as zealpc.net /topclack. Both of those affiliate links really helpful for TopClack. The Zeal Switch sale actually ends tomorrow. Or it might actually end at midnight, like in an hour. So if you're planning on picking up some of the Zelios or Telios or Helios or Xylants that are on sale right now currently at zealpc.net, please consider using zealpc.net /topclack to get the little kickback to us. Doesn't cost you anything extra, of course, just helps us out. Especially, during this sale right now, get a little bit of a discount. Yeah, the bet command's working. That's all that really matters, right? Might even be better than minimal on this board. You think so? I mean, I guess it fits. I mean, it fits the Stormtrooper theme either way. This might actually be better. I'm not really sure. I'm not 100. I don't know how minimal's gonna like look in person. So like, I don't know how the whites are gonna match really. But this seems to work pretty well. I learned the whole ramen noodle culture right here. Save on food, buy keyboards instead. Hey man, sometimes it's what you gotta do, right? Alright. Let's put that out of the way. Oh boy, what a journey. I'm not gonna put the bump-ons on yet because I usually use a desk mat. I need to swap this. This is kind of like my work desk mat lately, where I build boards on it and stuff. Oh. Alright, let's do a little brief typing test. I'm just over 4 hours now, so we almost made it on time. I was hoping to stay under, but this is close enough to make me happy. Pause the music real quick. We'll do a brief typing test. It's not bad. I don't think I'm 100% happy with it, but it's not bad. I'll probably swap something else into here, just try something else. I kind of want to try tactiles in this. But I like the polycarbonate sound. I think polycarbonate sounds pretty good. It's kind of deep, it's a little muted, but it's like a little pop as well. So these switches are vintage blacks with 65 gram springs and Zelio bottoms. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just not quite in love with the sound of the Zelio bottoms. They're very smooth, don't get me wrong. These switches feel very good. But I don't know. I kind of want to know how creams would sound in this. I think what I'm going to wind up doing is taking the creams out of my Sirius with the palm plate, putting them in here, putting something else new into the palm plate, and then also doing a build with the carbon fiber Sirius plate that I have. So I'm going to be like trying a lot of new switches and swapping switches around a lot. Expensive, yeah. I don't think it sounds bad. I mean, come on. At the end of the day, all of us are really picky about really minute things that really aren't necessary anyways. Like, to me, this is still a good sound. It's just not perfect. But that's kind of why we're in this hobby, right? We're spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on stuff to be the way that we want to be, you know, that perfection for us. Box Jades / Pinks and Palm on Palm Sirius? Maybe. I really like the box pinks in my M60, if I'm being honest. I think it sounds pretty good. We're narrowly focused on our own preferences, which makes a great hobby. Yeah, that's definitely a way to look at it. Alright. I'm gonna make a key map for this off stream so I can, you know, actually use it. But I'm gonna wrap up here in just a moment. Now that we're a little bit over 4 hours now. If you guys have any closing comments, questions, what have you, please get them in now. You can use the @TopClack tag so I can see it a little bit easier. But I will try to answer any last minute questions you guys might have before I take off. So I am hungry. I don't even know what I'm gonna eat. I have like nothing here. It's too late to like order anything. I'm about to figure something out. Get creative. I should probably run to the store. Make nachos. I would need to buy everything to make nachos, pretty much. Almost everything. I'll be alright. I'll survive. I guess I should show off both builds that I did today. Oh, I should weigh these. Usually you guys like when I weigh these. I'm gonna put these on the scale. If I don't break my scale first, apparently. Alright. So let's start out with our first build here. Make sure you guys can see this. So this is the TX1800 with the stock brass plate and steel weight. I'm pretty sure that's steel. Fully built. This is a chunky boy. That is 9 pounds, 4.5 ounces, or a little over 4.2 kilograms. So pretty hefty on the TX board here. It's big. It's heavy. A lot of people are into that. 9 pounds, 4.5 ounces. Fully built with caps. Chonky boy. It feels so light compared to that Kepler, though. It's strange. Okay. And the leaf is going to be quite a bit lighter, since I didn't have any brass options here. But still a pretty respectable 2 pounds, 12 ounces. Pretty good for no weight and no metal plate. This one's going to be just shy of 1.25 kilograms as well. So pretty respectable weight. I usually kind of think that anything above 2 pounds on a 60% is pretty reasonable. I don't know if you guys can see this on camera, but the white of the leaf is quite a bit whiter than the white of the TX board. Which is interesting, because when I was building this, I was thinking to myself, this is pretty darn white, but it almost looks like a cream compared to the E-white of the leaf. It's kind of interesting. Kepler Gravitas, yeah. Tomorrow is nacho day for you? Invite me over. I want some nachos. Come on, camera. Work with me here. Show off the black and white a little bit more. I kind of like the idea that I went with the E-white with the E-black accent. I think that looks pretty nice. There's a little USB-C port there. Looks pretty good. I dig it. Especially with the wet on black, yeah. It's pretty nice, pretty nice. I love keyboards, guys. What do you guys think? Do you guys love keyboards too? Sitting here with a Kepler over here, my Leaf over here, and TX1800 just chilling here. Do you guys think I have a problem? Do I have a problem? I don't have a problem, right? This is totally normal. Alright, guys. We all have a problem. That's fair. That is fair. You have a hobby? That too. Hobby, if it's a hobby, it can't be a problem, right? Like, by default, that's how it works. I think we all have a problem, though. Let's be real. Anyways, I think I'm gonna take off now, guys. Remember, we do have another build stream Sunday at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern, on Sunday with Jay, my co-host. I don't know exactly what he's building, but he usually does a pretty good job and has some nice builds to do. So you can check out my co-host on Sunday at noon Pacific. And then, of course, on Thursday, we'll have our regular scheduled episode of Top Clack. And I will probably be doing another build stream on next Friday as well, a week from today, around the same time, 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific time-ish. I'm not 100% sure what I'll be building, but it'll probably have something to do with the Kepler and or the Sirius. Maybe doing some new configurations in those. So thank you guys very much for checking out the stream today and hanging out with me. Of course, YouTube, link down below, as well as our official Discord server. I'm back on build. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to be consistent. I mean, we applied for Twitch Partner the other day. We're just waiting to hear back, but we got to stay consistent. Try to get 3 streams a week. Might even be 4 coming up soon once we finish our refresh. Love your build stream, super chill. Thanks, man. That's kind of how I like it. I don't need it to be like a, you know, a super high-end, like ridiculous professional thing. It's kind of nice just to build a board and hang out, you know. None of us need to be high-strung or high-stressed. It's Friday night. We're just chilling. I like it. Alright, guys. So thank you again very much for all the subs, all the donated bits, all the views. You guys are awesome. Keep on keeping on, and I will see you next time. That's my heart. My awful heart. I can't do hearts. You guys get the idea.